Hi, welcome on another stream, and I'm gonna start sewing, or more like start drafting the sleeves, but that's in just a minute. I have to do this, so yeah, this will be draft pattern for sleeves. And then cut out the outer pieces and start attaching everything together. That's sleeve. Yeah, that's not how you spell sleeves. Anything else? Yeah, that should be fine. I will probably have to readjust the camera a bit. Let's put this in here. So I have my current jacket in here, so I can measure my current sleeve length, because that's something, well, most of your measurements are like hard to get yourself without any help. I should open that and this. And for sleeves, I have to, I think, copy the area around the sky. Where was that? Here. The sleeve system. Yeah. And also, let's open files. And then open this PDF. This was what? Documents in here. Okay. So, first I have to start from here. Yeah, this starts from diagram 8. This is page 23. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. I have to start from copying that part. I could technically measure everything before cutting stuff out, but anyway, it's too late for that. And then I still would have to like change the order, I guess. The order of operations. But yeah, let's take that. I will need a straight line for reference. And let's align everything on this depth of skyline. I need something to hold that down. And I think I will trace everything. This will be easier. And that's this part. Let's also mark that and that. Okay, that's enough. I can put all of those jars away. And what are the next steps? So, from this it will be gathered. The sleeve system, from this it will be gathered that we believe the safest plan is on which any sleeve system can be worked is to take such measures. First, as the regards of sky, take measure from 7 and this. So this width. Where do I have some straight edge? Some ruler. Did I lose the ruler? I think oh, it's here. Crisis averted. Yeah, here. Straight line up. And here. So this distance is 4.5 inches. And I will have to start drawing the sleeve in here. That was 4.5. Yeah, 4.5. Diagram 8, which gives the extreme width of sky. This is necessary to provide any variation. What I mean be this quantity we apply to the sleeve draft as illustrated 0 to 5.5. So here up to here. 4.5. Next, our next step is to take back in 4 parts as illustrated on diagram 10. Diagram 10. Here. Okay, so I couldn't do it with the pieces not cut out after all. Yeah, mark the hint term, say 2 inches. Okay, so I want this point. This will be the point S. And then point 3/4 of an inch up from the bottom of the sky. 3/4. This tape measure is annoying. Three-quarters is in here, so this is point D. It's annoying because there are all those marks in here, like there is the inch written in here. There is made in Germany, and here there is some like symbol, maybe manufacturer symbol, and it all obstructs the markings in here. And these are the markings on the side that I always want to use. Yeah, 3/4 of an inch. Where? Yeah, 3/4 of an inch above the level of the bottom of the sky, as shown at a D. This too may be altered, but we do not recommend it. This is the first, as the first plan allows the seam to go just down below the hollow of the forearm. Having located these pitches, take the square. Okay, so now I have to do this in the direction, in the angle that the sleeve is supposed to hang. So it should go a bit forward, as they say is preferred by a working man. I think this should be fine. Having located these two pitches that will occupy the position it is desired the sleeve shall hang in when finished. This of course will be more forward for the stooping figure and for the working man, and more backward for erect figure, or such as desire clean fit at the back of the sky. When square has been thus adjusted and both arms are touching the pitches, note the quantity from E. This is point E. Quantity from E to the forearm pitch at D. Here, this is 4.5. And I was supposed to deduct that from this size, and this is also 4.5. So maybe I will go a bit lower after all, maybe 4.25 at least. I think the first sleeve I made, the first attempt at sleeves, I made at a quarter. Thus adjusted whenever the quantity marked from 5.25 to 1. Yeah, I will go with 4.25. This would normally go lower in that case, more vertical, a bit more vertical. So 1/4 inch in here. This was 4.5. And this is 1/4 inch. The table is very bright. Is that better? I think that's better. Square when adjusted. Yeah, 5.25 to 1, diagram 11. Next, place the pack in closing position at the shoulders. Measure from F to D. Back in the closing position, so I have to put this in here, like that, and measure that distance from D up to here, and this is 8.5. Eight and a half from F closing position, F to D straight. This gives the width of the sleeve head. Mark from 1 to 9 on line C, diagram 12. Mark across from 1 to 9 on the line C, diagram 12. Okay, mark, I assume, mark this quantity, 8.5. Eight and a half would go up to here. This gives the width of the sleeve head. Mark across from 1 to 9, line C, diagram 12. And then half of that. So half of that is 4.25. Now draw a line from 9 to this. Okay. Straight edge. One line goes in here. And another one in here. And then 5/8 and a quarter up from here, and 5/8 from here. So 5/8 is like this much. Okay, so this is a bit uneven. Mark across, yeah. And 5/8 of round between this and this. Diagram 14, I've already done this. Now measure round the bottom part of the scale as from F to D. Apply that measure from here to here. F to D. Seven and a half, roughly. 7.5. Hello, Eastside. How's things? Fine. I still haven't done like anything with the drywall, anything more than I did on Wednesday. The ad starting soon. But I was doing some electrical work in the basement, some drilling, putting those conduits, those pipes on the ceiling. Luckily, the ceiling in the basement is very low, so I didn't even need any stool or anything like that. Yeah, busy guy. Like I said yesterday, I feel like I'm just constantly running. This was 7.5, right? Constantly, like, I'm finished with one thing. Well, not even really finished. Just done with doing one thing for today, and then I'm just immediately starting another thing. 7.5. And looks like the ad started. What's next? Apply measure from here to 7, diagram 15. And 1/3. What is 1/3 of that? Actually, this is 7.5. So they say it's 2.5. Two and a half. Yeah, it is 2.5. 1/3. Their math is correct. I'm surprised. Yeah, this would be that point. And then 5 inches up, it would be like this. The ads should be finished. So yeah, I was doing this electrical work. Well, not actually really even electrical, just work with wires in general, because most of those wires are like signal wires for the internet, for the like different signal stuff around the house, monitoring system and so on. You need a vacation from all the work? I don't practice vacation. Like some people say that they will have the like good amount of sleep when they are dead. I think I will have vacation when I'm dead. I don't either, however, there is time for it. Yeah. So I was putting all those conduits on the ceiling. Luckily, the ceiling is, I think, even less than 2 meters high, so I could just like stand on the ground and drill up. But you know, drilling in the ceiling is not the greatest. When I finished, well, not really finished, when it was time for the dinner, and I went up, looked in the mirror, I looked like I came from some mine, like coal mine. My whole face was covered with black dust. Now measure from this. Apply from 5 and 1/4 to 7, diagram 15. 1/3 of that quantity, and then here 1/4 of an inch, and here 1/2 an inch. And I also didn't contact the this information staff for the post service in regards to the PO box. I actually started. I started writing an angry email, but I didn't have time to finish it. And also my laptop battery died because the charger is actually in here. So yeah, maybe in the evening, I don't promise anything, but maybe in the evening I will like finish that email and send it, and then probably like middle of the next week I will maybe get a response. This diagram 15, thus having shaped the upper part of the sleeve, we proceed to apply the length taken on the customer, allowing for 3 seams. For 3 seams. 2 on the back and was... Wait. Allowing for 3 seams. 2 on the back and 1 on the sleeve head. Yeah, I still don't understand that one. 2 on the back. Like they mean on the edges and that upper edge. I was in here. Thus measure the width of the back as cut. Deduct from it the width of the back as cut. Deduct from it 3/4 of an inch. Measure down from C to E. From C to E. Measure down from C to E, diagram 16, the length of the elbow, mark the position, then proceed to wrist the full length to D. Okay, I'm a little confused. So, in here, there is this diagram. This is diagram 16. And the instructions. Where was that? Having thus shaped the upper part of the sleeve, we proceed to apply upper part of the sleeve, so that part and also this part. Both of those are already made. Proceed to apply the length as taken on the customer, allowing for 3 seams, 2 on the back and 1 on the sleeve head. Thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it 3/4 of an inch and measure down from C to E, diagram 16, the length of the elbow. So this is supposed to be C here to E, the length of the elbow. So from the shoulder to the elbow. But what do they mean? Thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it 3/4 of an inch. Wait. Thus measure the width of the... again, how were they measuring the length of the elbow? Okay, so never mind. They are measuring the length of the elbow from the center of the back. So that makes sense. And thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it 3/4 of an inch. Okay. And measure down from C to E 3/4 of an inch. Why 3/4? Shouldn't it be 2/4? So half an inch? Anyway, there is probably some stuff allowed for like stuff. And measure down from, or maybe they are also counting this. Yeah, they are also counting this stuff, this seam. That makes sense. 3/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch on each seam. Okay, I need to go paint a friend's hallway. So you are also a busy guy. Mark the position and then proceed to wrist full length to D. Okay. And I have a jacket, my current jacket in here. So I can measure the sleeves on this. Actually, I already have a pin in here, so don't need that. Is that pin on the correct spot? Yeah, seems to be correct. So let's measure that. From somewhere in the back up to the sleeve, up to this point, this would be something 11 inches, I guess. It's actually a bit hard to measure that. I guess I will measure the seam. This probably makes the most sense. I need the ironing board. Okay, this would be 12 inches. Yeah, 11 and 3/4 up to here, and the seam allowance, that's 12 inches. And then the full length, let's do this, 12 inches. This is 22. Let's do maybe 22 and 1/4. I wonder what are the measurements in here. Let's see. On this column, the across back is 7 and 1/4. And then back to elbow is 21. Back to calf is 32. So let's use a calculator. And 21 minus 725. This is 1375. And 32. This is 2475. So I guess in here the people had people usually have a bit longer arms, I guess. Maybe. Just to be sure. I will measure that again. Yeah, that's definitely 12. But also, width of the back is cut. I should probably add half an inch to that. This was 15, and I believe that this is the same size I used for the previous one. Oh no, this one doesn't have sleeves. Where is the one with the sleeve? I made so many of them. Okay, this one has a sleeve. And let's see. So yeah, this is too long. But how much too long is that? That's about 1.5 inches. Yeah, I think it is like about 2 inches too long. At least on the upper arm. So I will do 12.5. With square dust adjusted, having shaped. Okay, deduct from it 3/4 of an inch, measure down from C to E, length to the elbow, from C from this point, 13 inches, or 12.5 inches down. So somewhere in here. Length of the elbow. And also I think this should be square. Measure the width of the back as cut, length of the elbow, mark the position, then proceed to wrist, full length to D. Full length would be 22 3/4. Having thus shaped the upper part of the sleeve, we proceed. Oh, I'm reading this for like 5th time. Now hollow forearm at 1 inch, make width of elbow. Take as a guide, we suggest quarter of breast, less 1 inch, quarter of a breast. This would be 36. A quarter of that. That's like 18.9/8. One inch hollow, and then 9 inches in here. For width of the calf, we suggest 1/6 of the breast plus 1/2 inch. Okay, 1/6. That would be 5, 1, 6, 6.5. The slope of the calf may be obtained by sweeping from D, also here. So this was supposed to be 9. Nine and 1. The slope of the calf may be obtained by sweeping from D. From D to F by C. C is in here. I should probably go through to here. No, this is fine. From C to D, or This was 12.5 and go up to 22 and 1 3/4. So like that. Yeah, this is completely different. 6.5. This would go somewhere in here. Yeah, starting soon. By C or by squaring E, D to F. E, E, D to F. Of the remaining draft. Diagram 17. Only need to know the routes given between elbow. Usual depth of calf. Depth of calf. I assume they mean this this like turn up calf, this folded calf. This, however, is purely matter of taste when cutting the undersides. Okay, when cutting the undersides, the bottom stand must be left on the bottom of the hand arm if hoe and button calf is desired. When cutting the underside, so this narrower piece, the button stand must be left on the bottom of the hand arm. Okay, I get that. If a hole and button calf is desired, this should not be less than 1/4 of an inch. We advise leaving all inlays that may be desired down the hand arm and that preferably on the top side, so that it is so that if you utilize the seam would go further under arm. A turn up of from 1 to 1.5 inches should be left at the bottom so that neat finish may be made at that part. I think I will need more information about the calves. More source material. Some pictures preferably. But yeah, let's mark everything. This is not enough. Then from here to here. And this I can do with a ruler. Okay, this is supposed to be 1/4 of an inch. Maybe more in the middle, like here. 1/4 of an inch, 3/8. Oh, right, I forgot about that part. This seems a bit short. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. Wow, it's much shorter than the previous one. It's like 2.5 inches shorter. So now I'm scared. What is that? This looks like 1/4 of an inch. How was that measured? 1/4 of the chest, less 1/2 an inch. Less 1 inch even. Where was that? Having shaped upper part and make the width of the elbow to take as a guide, we suggest 1/4 breast less 1 inch. Quarter breast less 1 inch. Thirty-six divided by 4, it's 9, so it is 8. I did do 8 in here. For the width of the calf, 1/6 of the breast plus 1/2 an inch, or to taste. I have to compare that to my jacket. So this would be the top. Yeah, this seems fine. I don't know. If I will have any troubles at the end, then then the calf should hide it anyway. So maybe that's not that big of an issue. Okay. Turn up from 1 to 1.5 inch. If used with judgment, the sleeve system will be found to work out admirably for all classes of customers. Narrow backs being provided extra distance as between here and here. Okay, that should be everything. So here, this is 1/4 of an inch. This should be 5/8, like this. 5, or is it 3? This is 3. 3/8. And 3/8 is in here. And this, I'm not sure. Let's do that also 3/8. Okay, and now the bottom part, or the inner part. And let's cut that out. And then here. Then I will trace around that. And cut that again. Okay, so this is the upper part of the sleeve. Well, and here I don't quite follow the line. And in here, on this original one, I can cut out the under part of the sleeve. Okay, so that is done. And I will cut that off. And that. Okay, so now I guess I can start cutting out of actual fabric. Feels a bit stressful. Okay, I probably shouldn't hit my keyboard. And now I will have to think about the placement. No, you don't have to reload. I need to unmute the microphone. Did I mute the microphone? Maybe I hit it by mistake, by accident. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's working fine, and I figured that maybe I could flip everything and draw it like that. I could hear the music, but not you. Yeah. So yeah, and also, are you changing your color of your nick like every day or something? Because I think this is controlled by a user, and I feel like you have different color each day or each time I see you. And that confuses me because I mostly look at the color of the name, not really at the name itself. I don't know why it keeps changing. I don't know. Maybe you are the chosen one by Twitch. They are running experiments on you. Okay, I will try to press it a bit because there are all those folds. Yeah, because I'm doing this on a hard table, it doesn't work perfectly, but I think this will be fine, this will be good enough. It doesn't need that much pressing. And I was thinking about cutting this out, and I will probably have to cut the two pieces separately. Because if you cut like two layers at the same time, there is no guarantee they align perfectly, and then pattern will probably will not match, but be just a little off. And I actually made the waistcoat that way. I didn't try to match the pattern, but now it's almost matching, and it annoys me a bit. It would be better, I think, if it didn't match at all. So because of that, I think I will have to cut out just one layer. And then repeat the process for the bottom layer. 1 inch from the top. Here also about 1 inch. A bit more even. I'm just sharpening that a bit. This feels kind of the same like with normal pencils, not mechanical pencils. That I'm losing more of the writing material by sharpening than by writing. It feels like that song is on every 5 seconds. In here, I want a straight edge. Fairly straight. Maybe it could be a little angled. And also, let's turn on the recording. Okay, then another piece, this side body. And what should be the inlay for that? Okay, and here only at the top. So this should be fine. the front part, and this should have an inlay in the back, so let's space it a bit. And also make it fairly vertical. Which is not easy because I don't have that much of a reference of what is vertical in here. Okay, next. This is diagram 1, 2, 3. Okay, enough space at the top, I think. Yeah, enough. And 3 and 4. 4 is the skirt, and this is supposed to have an inlay at the back. Yeah, at the back and at the bottom. And I will also do some at the top. To allow for adjustments. Then what's next? The color. It would be something like that. And this I will actually have to cut 2 layers at once. Okay, the bottom. This is 4 and 5. 5 is the bottom sleeve. And this is supposed to have an inlay in here at the bottom and a bit in here. And the top part, I'm not sure if this is supposed to have any inlay. Let's see. The 4 part, double it over, mark from C. No. I think only this section talks about the inlays. Has inlay down the pleat across the bottom. Down the pleat and across the bottom. Okay, diagram 4, skirt. Under half sleeve, diagram 5, usual inlay at the back, small one, shown by dotted lines, forearm, dotted lines at the forearm. Okay, one of the finest inlays right across the waist. Okay. The garment being cut and fitted straight down side body. Yeah. So that's all. I can do this part as it is, without any inlays. And maybe I will stand on the other side. Okay, so these are all the parts just traced. The sleeves can go in here. The back, side body, and this can also go in here. And now I can do those parts. But yeah, first, this is everything in here is just traced. So now I will add the inlays. Here 1 inch around here, and at the bottom I'm not sure how far should that go. Maybe this is enough. In here, inlay at the top. And up to here. And on the back seam. And I'm not sure about that part. If this also has to have a inlay, but I guess it won't hurt. Diagram 1. Diagram 1, first the back should have an inlay across the top of the neck, down the back seam and across the bottom. Okay, across the bottom, so in here. I feel like those lines are actually more visible on camera than in person. Like, I mean, I can see everything in person, but in person and here everything seems a bit like blurred, smeared, and on camera they seem actually a bit quite sharp. Okay, and an inlay in here, something like that. The pictures shows something like that. Okay, this is better. And then what? In here, on this edge, and on the top. Diagonal 3, 4-part 3, yeah 3, has a small inlay shown by dotted lines. Okay, so another one should go on top, on the shoulder seam. And this should extend to the tip of the shoulder, so something like that. And at the neck. In here I will do some additional inlay to allow for adjustments. Nothing in the front. And now the sleeve. So here again. The sleeve is supposed to have an inlay in here. in here at the top. And on the bottom. This looks like a larger inlay, so maybe I will do 1.5 inches. Do they say anything about that? The sleeve, diagram 5. Under sleeve has usual inlay at the back. Forearm, one of the finest. Yeah, they don't say anything about the bottom one. But it's better to do this just in case. Also in here, so that they would match. Okay. Now I can do the facings. So one I want to do in here. Like this. Actually, are there any pictures? The inside. Okay, and here there is a picture from the inside. Looks like this is supposed to go like up to the half of that. I think this should be fine. I can raise it a bit. Maybe even a lot. Yeah, actually, like that. Oh, the camera again. I really need some more automated system for that. Not like completely automatic, but something that I could control with a button. Some motor control, some motor driven stuff. So this would be the facing inside. And now that part. This I will try to push as far as I can, as far as it can go. I feel like that's not enough. I mean, it does go past the gorge. How is it done on my jacket? Yeah, now in here it goes like, I don't know, 1 inch from the edge. This will definitely be enough for the lapel. I'm not sure about the pockets. Maybe I could insert something, some like additional facing piece inside to provide for the pockets. Or maybe pockets could also just be on the lining. Like in here on my jacket, this pocket is just inserted into the lining. Back, how it goes. Welcome back, and I'm arranging everything on the cloth, and I'm thinking about this arrangement. I'm not sure about this facing. This is the part that is supposed to go on the underside, on the inside, like in here on this jacket. You know, there is a bit of outer fabric on the inside, so that is supposed to be this facing, and I'm thinking if this is enough. I think this is enough, should be enough. I will probably have to put pockets just on the lining, or maybe just figure something out, maybe attach some additional piece of this cloth. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then I could have a problem with some of those inlays, because like most of them are just 1 inch, but some of them are a bit weird. So I will mark the original shape with this thread, this like white-ish, it's like a cream thread. Where is the end? Okay, so I will just do the running stitch in some of the places. Running stitch with just a single thread and only 1 layer. These are 2 layers. Actually, maybe I should go with double thread, it's more visible. So that's the only inlay on this part. And yeah, I will do the double thread. Should I do all of the inlays? I think for some of them there is no need. Just for the weirder ones. Like definitely this edge. It's not that easy to go just through a one layer. Normally I would actually do 2 layers, mark 2 layers with very loose thread, and then like pull them apart and cut those threads, so I would have marks on both the sides. But in here I'm not doing both pieces in one go, so that wouldn't work. Okay, then there is this inlay, which I think I'm not gonna do. I will do that one on the bottom of the sleeve, on the cuff. What else? Definitely the shoulder in here. And then I will have to repeat all of the work on the bottom layer. Well, maybe not completely all of the work, because I can just put all those pieces and cut around them, but I will still have to mark on all the inlays. And maybe this will be even more difficult. Okay, this is marked. And here I would do up to this point of the neck. I think. Yeah, up to the neck point should be fine. And maybe I will mark that. Just this edge over here. And also inlay in here. I think this is supposed to be 1/2 inch all around that part, that collar. Well, not all around, just on the top and the D side. Now let's mark this. And I didn't actually think about the back seam. I think there is no way for the pattern to match anyway, because these are different angles and all. So let's not worry about that. And then I have to do the collar, and then I could cut everything out. So stressful. Even though I already did 5 tests, 5 mockups. I still feel that it won't turn out okay. The ad starts in 1 minute. So the last mark in here, and this one I will actually do on 2 sides through both of the layers. And yeah, because of that I should do this looser stitch to be able to pull that apart. Yeah, like those loops, very loose. And then I will pull those 2 of those pieces apart, and it should leave me with nice marks to follow when I cut those loops. Okay, so that's everything. Now I can start cutting out. So stressful. So one part is done. Yeah, let's put this over here. Then maybe the color. That's the color. And then the back. The neck point and down the shoulder. Of course, I'm not visible. I forgot to pay attention. Maybe a bit higher. Okay, down the shoulder. And across the back. And the back piece is also ready. Now the skirt. Here. Side body. The fore part. Now that I'm thinking about this, I never actually compared the my new pattern to the previous one. So I don't know, maybe I completely messed something up and I wouldn't know. Maybe some part is off by 10 inches or something. On Wednesday, when I was laying all the drywall, I was measuring the door opening and I measured 74, I think, 84 centimeters. And I wrote down 94 centimeters. So the opening was 10 centimeters too wide. Then I tried to, before I attempted to put it on the wall. I wanted to cut out all the stuff for the new breaker box and so on. And I put the breaker box, well, not actually the breaker box, the electrical box that is supposed to go above breaker box. And I put it on the drywall and thought that something is not right, very much not right. This area is much too narrow. So then the next one that I was cutting, I checked 2 times if I cut the drywall correctly according to the measurements. And then I also went back home to check if the measurements are consistent with the actual dimensions. And this should also go up. Yeah, I have to mark that. Because in here I also want an inlay. Okay, and I will cut above that. To provide some room for adjustments. And then down that part. So that's the facing for the skirt. And then the other part of the sleeve. There's nothing underneath. So these are a couple of the cutoffs. I don't know if I will have any use for them. Let's put them over here. And then I will have to lay everything again and cut out the other part. Did the coats have lining? What do you use if so? Lining? Yeah, of course. And I will use this. This is just some cotton. I'm using it quite a lot. I like a couple years ago. Well, practically, maybe not right when I started. Actually, maybe right when I started. Yeah, this is the same fabric. So I think this was the first waistcoat I made, and it has the same fabric for the lining. So I just bought a lot of this fabric when I started, and I'm using it ever since for like the default go-to lining. So yeah, now I have to lay all of that. And match the pattern. Maybe I should run over this with an iron again. Yeah, nice color. I think it's like quite neutral. Let's say very basic. If it was something a bit more extravagant, maybe, then it could have issues like it doesn't match this fabric or that fabric, and I think this kind of gray, bluish gray color just is fine for practically everything, or at least the type of fabric colors I use. Okay. So that works even worse, because this is just one layer of fabric, one layer of wool. There is nothing to push that up from underneath, no padding. But looks like enough to remove most of those folds. Or at least enough to make the cutting out easier. And also did the coats. This can be a bit confusing, I guess. with the naming of that, because yeah, nowadays when people say code, they usually mean something that was in that era called overcode, I think. And a morning coat is not a coat in like a modern sense. The morning coat is equivalent of a jacket, of a like suit jacket. If it was something that would be just worn like normally. And if it was quite cold, then you would put a overcoat over the morning coat. And I should someday also make some kind of overcoat. I would like to have one of those Inverness overcoats. You know, like with this short cape, the Sherlock Holmes style coat. Maybe a little bit more towards the edge. Okay, and I think I will pin this. Yeah, that's that's why I'm doing this in two goes. I'm cutting everything out separately on both layers because the pattern is actually quite likely to shift. And even as I'm pinning this, I have to like constantly readjust stuff. Okay, this should be fine. And let's cut this out. looks like we have an ad. Maybe I could buy one of those fabric cutting knives, because like sure these shears are nice, but lifting the fabric always like causes it to shift around. So a knife is probably better, but then you also need some kind of mat. I don't know how well would cutting straight on a table work. Okay, now this edge. And this is done. What happened to the music? Oh, let's put this away. Actually, no. I will leave it like that, and then maybe I could transfer the marks. The music. It just stopped. I think I had something in here. This is empty, this is empty. I don't know, maybe it was Emacs. Okay, this goes back in here. And let's cut the side body. Where is the side body? This is the collar, so it can also go in here. The side body. I'm not going right against the edge because I don't want to distort the fabric, or at least distort too much. Oh, I didn't think about the side seam. I could match the side seam, but now it's too late. The side seam is usually... Actually no, and here it would be on the back. Well, not important. At least the knot matching should be symmetrical. Where is the front part? This is the sleeve. This is the front part. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, this definitely doesn't match. Well, maybe, kind of. Yeah, maybe it will match. Actually, no, it will be shifted a bit. And as I said, not important. Nothing I can do about that. And now this part. I have to think about the facing of the front part. So now I have to work with both of those. Let's pull this a bit. Okay, this should be fine. Maybe a bit of a zoom in. Okay, and then the pins. This could go a bit further away from the edge. What's going on? Oh! What's happening? Current bitrate. I have dropped frames. Stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. Yeah, what's happening? The dropped frames don't seem to be rising. And is it fine on Twitch? Yeah, I think now there is no issue. Okay. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I had some like small internet issues or something. Some stutters. Yeah, dropped frames don't seem to be rising. But it's quite high, like 2,342. I don't think I ever had this number so high. Yeah, now the YouTube is saying that connection is good. So, seems like just temporary issues. Let's cut that out. Now defacing. I don't need to cut this. Let's go further from that edge and this edge and in here. Okay, and here I want to cut out this skirt. Ah, this should be fine. Maybe this could go lower. And now let's cut this out. So what's your 5-year plan? I looked into that. I don't really have a plan, only hopes. And my hope is that I won't have to work or won't have to go to get a job. It would be nice to be able to like fully sustain myself out of stuff I do on the internet. But that will require a lot of work to get to that state. So yeah, avoiding to having to go to avoiding having to get a job is a lot of work. Hopes count. Like right now, I could technically. Very good. Okay, so as well. Yeah, right now I could technically like pay all of my bills that I pay and like buy all the food and all other stuff like that. I could pay for all of that from just streaming and like internet activity, but it's not from like recurring revenue or anything like that, like ad revenue or maybe some Patreon or Ko-Fi or whatever else memberships. Like most of the money I get now, practically almost all of the money I get now are just to, like one-off payments, and I always assume that this one-off payment will in fact be just one-off. So like I don't make any plans or based off of it. Like even though this is majority of my income, I still treat it as just additional income. So for actually sustaining myself, I only count stuff that is actually I guess, I don't know, renewable. Stuff like ad revenue and other things like that. And if I'm only counting that, then I wouldn't be able to pay for everything. Heck yeah, it will. Safe employment is definitely not easy, but it has a lot of advantages. Yeah, I couldn't imagine working for someone if stuff with the internet wouldn't work. If there was just no way I could sustain myself just from like streaming and doing other stuff, then I still wouldn't get a normal job. I would just start like a business, do some like furniture restoration or something like that. There is no way I could be an employee. My personality, just in general, I think it's completely incompatible with that. I've done it. It's not great. Yeah, I mean, like, I did a couple of internships and stuff like that because they were required by university or by technical school. So, and also, just for a couple of days, I was actually working somewhere, just like as a test or something. So yeah, I kind of have experience with working for someone. And you know, I also have experience with going to school, which also has a lot of the same problems, like having a fixed schedule that somebody else fixes for you, and having to go to a doctor if you are sick to get like the document that you are in fact sick, and you can stay at home for your employer or for school. In like the elementary school and technical school, it wasn't a requirement, like going to the doctor, but it was a requirement at the university. So I couldn't imagine going to a doctor to get this document. So I just avoided getting sick, or I avoided being sick. Every time I would get sick, it would be on my day off or on a weekend, and then I would think I don't have time for being sick. On Monday I have to go to the university. I can't be sick. I have like things to do, places to be, and then I would just stop being sick by Monday. So on Monday I would just go to university normally. It was very nice of all of those sicknesses that they worked like that. It's like with some programs, they crash and there is a dialogue saying that the program crashed, but it still works until you click OK. I think Primagen or one of his streams had a situation like that. That like he had this like dialogue box saying that OBS crashed, and it was still streaming, so he just didn't touch it. Okay, now let's zoom back out. I have to do the sleeve, or 2 sleeves in fact. And this is the bottom part. Where is the top part? This is the top part. It was something like that. And let's see. How should it go? Was it something like that? Maybe like that? Yeah, I think that was it. But now it doesn't quite fit. Like, there is a piece missing here. Maybe I will go one up, or at least try to go one up. I don't think that will work. Yeah, that won't work. I have to do it like that. Did it go like that? No, this is definitely the bottom part. This is the top. And now it doesn't fit in here. How did I do it? Just cut the tip off. Yeah, I mean, this is an inlay, so I could technically cut it off. How about this way? No, that also doesn't seem to work. And that is worse, because that's not an inlay. So yeah, I think this is the way to go. I could go higher. Then it would like kind of match, but differently. There is this brown thread and black thread, and in here they are flipped. I think it's fine. But yeah, I have no idea what happened in here. Maybe I cut this part too low or too high. Yeah, I probably went too high. It should probably be lower. Anyway. I'm just waiting for society to collapse so I can play Minecraft IRL. I don't think I would like to play Minecraft IRL. Like, I'm playing Minecraft Hardcore. Well, it is modded, but still Minecraft Hardcore, and I have quite a few attempts, failed attempts. Like now it's attempt number 13, so I would already die 12 times. And it's not even like I'm dying because of some dragons or other modded stuff, magical creatures. I died multiple times because of pillagers, and they would be a thing also IRL, or at least like they would kind of pillagers would be a thing. An equivalent, I guess. And also 2 times I died because of a grizzly bear. Which, to be fair, I don't think we have any grizzly bear in Poland. Unless at some zoo. But there are some aspects that would be nicer than with playing Minecraft IRL than normal IRL. Like home renovations would take a couple of 2 minutes instead of 2 months. Oh, I just have to plane the 1 kilometer squared of wooden boards. That will take like 5 seconds. Okay, that's another sleeve done. And now I only have one sleeve to go, so this will go over here. Okay, over here, this sleeve. And it was something like that. Okay, this is... I could match this perfectly, but in here it's right on the edge. An edge that is inlay, that is an inlay, so I guess it doesn't matter. I hope you appreciate this meme. Decline cookies. Yeah. My keyboard. And that. Okay, let's go back to this. Yeah, this is right on the edge. I'd do it anyway. So let's smile. and then I will have to transfer all of those marks, all of those inlays. That will take a lot of time. The problem with upgrading parts of your house is that it makes the already awful parts look worse. Yeah. What has it got? We have and then in like one room you're making some half-assed job because you're working with what you have, and if the walls are crooked or something, then you just accept that and don't really like redo the walls or anything. And then in some other room you did fix the wall and they are straight now. So now you want to redo the renovation on that first room. Okay, so all of that is ready. This I will use for all the smaller pieces, like stuff, like I don't know, the welds, the pockets, and so on. So now I have to transfer the marks. Maybe I could use this. My beautiful contraption. And then this part in here. Okay, where is my phone? I always get stuff if I don't do this before the new floor, I might ruin the floor doing it later. Yeah, now I don't want to redo anything, even though I think I should redo stuff at the corridor, because I don't want to like ruin the wallpaper. Not this. Okay. So I have this. And then I can change the angle in here. Or maybe just take it closer. Okay. Plastering got to use the dentist. Yeah, everything is crooked and in like everywhere. And then I thought that maybe that's too close. And then I thought that like in the second corridor, I won't have any issues because there are all those wooden strips and so on. So I will just put on the drywall, and yeah, it didn't quite work out because of course filters, turn that off, because of course I wrongly assumed that those strips of wood that were under the paneling were straight. They are not straight. Or I mean, they are not plumb, they are not level, they are not anything. Like I was putting on the drywall, and my I was talking with my father about all the issues and so on, and like he came next to the door and looked at the wall and said, yeah, it clearly you can clearly see that these strips were not straight. And then I'm looking at this space, this spot, and the drywall goes like that. So yeah, nothing works out. Maybe I could actually do this a bit closer. And yeah, you could maybe use the border of the cam or the watermark. But the issue is that it's not always in the same place. It changes every time you start the app. How does one manage to bend the drywall? Drywall is quite bendable. And of course I exaggerated, it's not actually like that. It's just a slight curve, but if you look at it at this spot, it is noticeable. Those comebacks. Well, that's the point of the watermark. Even though I'm pretty sure this app is proprietary, like, yeah, I'm completely sure this app is proprietary. I did actually read the license. And yeah, even though it's proprietary, I would be even willing to pay for it, but sadly it just doesn't work. You can't pay for it without Google Play services. And I don't have those, because I have the Google phone. Okay, this is done. You should just get ESP32 camera module. I don't think it would be better quality, or it definitely wouldn't be better quality, but I don't think it would be comparable quality to this camera, even though it's not perfect. This the camera on my phone is not it's not amazing or something, but it's still much better than I would get from ESP32. Like I could somewhere in here, I think. Yeah, I have Raspberry Pi camera module, but I don't think that's very good. Like I bought it for like image recognition and stuff, not really to do videos. I could probably get a better picture from like the cheapest possible camera I could find than from ESP32. And maybe in the future I will actually get some actual camera. Maybe even before I replace this thing, my professional camera mount, and do something ceiling mounted. But I definitely want to get a new camera right now. I'm spending too much stuff. Too much money, I mean. I'm spending too much money lately. Do you have a micro lens? Would be nice for soldering. I don't. Macro lens. I don't have any lenses. For the main camera, I only have this one lens. So now I can spread this apart, pull this, and because I already have marks on this side, I will do like every other one. So this, maybe it would be better with a knife. This one, or maybe, oh, maybe this. Yeah, this seems to be better. Somewhere I had like those very small scissors. I could use those, but I have no idea where they are. And the same on this part. The problem with those side cutters is that they are not sharp or even straight all the way across. They have a couple of nicks. So depending on which spot I land, it can either cut perfectly well or barely at all. Okay, this is ready. And now the other part. This only has inlay at the bottom. Was I using this one? I feel like I was using some thicker needle. I don't know. I assume this one. Okay. So I was definitely using a different one. Is it in here somewhere on the edge? Maybe I dropped it. I recently bought this Swiss card I was talking about, and I was checking if I have it in my pocket, but no, I left it at my house. Sorry. So yeah, I left it at my house, and it would be nice if I had it in here, because it does actually have like those very small scissors, so it would be quite useful. You got one? That was fast. Yeah, I mean, just the delivery usually takes 1 day. Unless I'm ordering in the afternoon or just late in general, then they are probably gonna send it the following day, so it's gonna arrive day after that. But yeah, just the delivery. When the like delivery company actually has it, when they actually have it, then it takes just 1 day. It's usually like overnight. Like they get the package from the seller, and overnight they like move it between different magazines and such, and then in the morning it gets to the like final destination, to the delivery guy. So yeah, I decided to get one, and then I had one pretty much immediately. And another stuff that I decided to get is like those pliers. Are they called pliers? Like pipe pliers? Those adjustable pliers. Yeah, those adjustable pliers from Knipex. Knipex Cobra XS. Pocket EDC pliers. They are quite popular in like the various EDC communities. And yeah, that's why I was saying that I spent too much money recently. I would still want some pocket diagonal cutters, but that has to wait. Okay, I should... Yes, that's correct. They are called pliers. Because in Polish, they are not, like, different types of pliers are not called the same. Like you have obcęgi and szczypce, and kombinerki. I remember a YouTube video from this. There is this Polish guy, Polish electrician, that moved to UK, and on one video, he's quite popular. Even though I don't really watch any like Polish videos on YouTube, I still like recognize him, and next month maybe, yeah. I still recognize him, and he had like this one video talking about differences in like code and different terms in UK and in Poland in regards to electrical stuff. And he was like responding to some of the comments and so on. And yeah, one of the comments was asking about different terms, and he responded that terms in UK or in English in general are not very complicated, because in Polish we have włącznik, wyłącznik, załącznik, przełącznik, przyłącznik, and so on, and in English it's like switch, 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 switch. So another one. So yeah, we have all those like different terms for different kinds of switches, and I have no idea what's the difference between them, even though I'm technically an electrician. Okay, now I can spread that apart and maybe cut that off. So yeah, I would like to have like those diagonal cutters, and I don't want to buy them right now because I'm spending too much money. But another thing I did buy is this wire saw. I don't know if they are called wire saws. I just assume they do because this is a saw in form of a wire, like with two rings on each side. So yeah, I bought one of those because it seems like something that would be useful as another EDC item. Having ability to saw through something with just stuff I have in my pocket. And you know, it's just a wire, so it doesn't take a lot of space. And I'm pretty sure it got delivered a couple of hours ago. So after the stream, I think I'm gonna go pick that up. And in this case, it's quite a long edge. So I have to stretch my arm quite far back. When I'm at the hardware store, I should look for chisels. Because I think I want to do this to make this pocket chisel. So just buy some cheap chisel from hardware store and cut the top off the handle and most of the iron, and just use that. Just carry that in my pocket. You know, in case I would have to split something, for example, I could use a chisel and some rock as a hammer. But it definitely has to have a cap. I think they are selling, maybe even most of the time, chisels with those caps. Those like, I don't know, they are silicone caps or some other kind of plastic cap on the sharp edge. Because I don't want it to fall through my pocket. I will have to make a lot of pockets for all that EDC stuff. And speaking of pockets, another, maybe not even a project, it's more like just a small job for a couple of hours. I would like to add additional pockets inside in each of my waistcoat, because I would like to carry a notebook. Like I carry it in a pocket of my my jacket. It's probably in here even. Yeah, like this notebook. I carry it in the pocket of my jacket. And the problem with that is that I don't always wear a jacket, especially in the workshop. And I would like to have this notebook always handy, because like that's the point of it. So I was thinking about putting an additional pocket inside, like put this on the lining, like maybe in here. Add additional pocket in here, so I could put the notebook in here, because like right now I don't have any pockets to put that into. So yeah, maybe someday I will do that on the stream. Just put additional pockets inside and each of my waistcoats. The yacht is coming up in 1 minute. Okay, now I can spread this apart. And yeah, now I'm looking at that message that may be next month, and I'm thinking about it a bit, and it doesn't really make sense for me, at least for me. Maybe if somebody works normally, then it does make sense for them, I guess. They get salary and stuff. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense for me. There is no point for me to wait a month, because if I'm gonna spend money, I'm gonna spend money. Like what matters is the total amount of money, not when I spend it. Only thing I was thinking about was that maybe in the future there will be some promotions. Wait, is that called promotion? you know, some price cuts. Like for Christmas, for example. And I don't really want to spend like $20 if in 2 months it's gonna be I don't want to spend $20 if it's next month it's gonna be $10 or maybe even $15. Even if it was $15, then I would be pretty salty about that. I pointlessly spent $5. Okay, this is also marked. And what's next? This piece doesn't have any marks. There are no inlays in here. And the front part. This has marks in here and additional 1-inch inlay at the side seam. Okay. Oh. It's like a labyrinth. What is that? sometimes I make costumes for my wife. She's a kindergarten teacher. And she wears costumes, that's nice. But I always feel like it's too much effort for a piece that will be used just once. Yeah, I'm making something that will definitely not be used once. Because this is not a costume. I'm one of those weirdos who dress like that just daily. By the way, it's not really, I don't think it is representative, because on YouTube there aren't a lot of men specializing or just doing in general this kind of stuff. But I feel like, at least in the case of YouTubers, it's much more likely for a man to be really into historical clothing and to wearing stuff like that every day than for a woman. Like, I feel like a lot of the time, women YouTubers who are into historical tailoring do treat that kind of stuff just like costumes, and often wear actually modern clothes, even if not all of the time, at least from time to time. And I actually don't have any modern clothes. Well, I mean, I do have some, but they are not very suitable for wearing anymore. They are worn quite badly. Like, I have a pair of jeans that is just completely ripped through because the fabric worn so much. But yeah, as I said, I don't think it can be. Well, I don't know if it is representative or not, but it is definitely a very small sample size. Because I think there is just a handful of men on YouTube specializing in that kind of stuff, doing that kind of stuff. And there are quite a few women. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Hello, Tom. I'm thinking about buying those 3-ring binder paper pockets. I wanted to ask you, do you think one of them could hold 50 sheets? 3-ring binder paper pocket. Like a single pocket, 50 sheets? I'm not sure about that. I don't think even like in terms of strength. I think like in terms of thickness, like where do I have those pockets? Yeah, I think if you tried to put a lot of stuff in here, then I think it would be too thick, because this is technically designed for probably just a one page, and it doesn't have any thickness, I guess. It's just folded. So I don't think this would be very this would work very well, unless I'm understanding it wrong. How many sheets can I fit into one? Yeah, 10 probably. You can fit the number of sheets of paper that is not significant in thickness. If you can easily measure the thickness in just an average ruler, it's probably too thick. Okay, I messed up a bit. I know you're right. That's precisely why I compare it to what I do. Yours worth every hour invested. Worth every hour invested. I'm not that sure about that because I think I do a lot of the stuff that I spend a lot of time on, but they don't provide that much value. Like, I mean, I spent and let's say additional 2, 3, 5 hours maybe doing something a certain way, but this certain way only provides very marginal benefit. Depends on what kind of costume. If it's good enough. I guess it depends also like for what occasion. If it's very specific, it's not just some completely generic costume, like I don't know, a pirate costume, or a fairy or something like that. Then it could be reused multiple times. But if it's something that's very specific, then probably not so much. It doesn't fit every occasion. Of course, you should value the joy of or pleasant feeling objects give to you. Yeah, like for example, one of those things that I spent a lot more time on, but I think they are actually better, and I'm going to spend a lot of time again on doing it the certain way. One of those things is finishing the edge manually with by hand instead of by machine, because if you do it by machine, then you have to fold it, and you, especially with a stay tape, it often doesn't come out quite right. It's not that nice looking, and if you're doing it by hand, you can adjust it, I guess. You can like completely how to describe that. Like instead of like having two pieces of fabric and they would bend like that, and this inner stuff would bend upwards. If you're doing it by hand, you can just cover that, make envelope that in this outer fabric. When you swing your pirate sword wearing change my mind. Okay, let's spread that again. And from this side, that I can pull. Going here around the corner is a bit annoying. Okay, now it should be flat. Okay, another one. Maybe let's take all of that. And this is the color. So in that case, I will just cut right through the middle. Now the side body. Where is the needle? What's the time? I think I will end a bit early. Not completely early. Maybe like half an hour before my usual end. So I don't know, in 45 minutes or so. Because I have still some stuff to do. I have to drill a couple of holes. Because like I needed a drill bit, a very large drill bit, and we didn't have one, so my father borrowed a drill bit from I think an uncle, and I have to use it so that we can return it quickly. I'm Mexican, so our historical clothing is a little unsuitable for everyday wear. Well, only because you say so. Like there are people who are wearing 18th or even 17th century clothing every day. If it's comfortable, then it's suitable for wearing every day. Like it's not like I look very normal, and especially with this morning suit, I won't look very normal. But I don't care very much about it. When I was in late elementary school, I was actually walking around in a top hat because I like wearing a top hat, but now I don't wear it anymore, even though I think it still fits more or less, because it didn't exactly fit even back even back then. But yeah, now I don't wear it, mostly because my standards got a bit higher, and this top hat doesn't suit my standards anymore. Like, it's too ugly. I could walk around with a top hat, but I would have to buy a new top hat, and that's not something that's very cheap. Or very available even, because you can't buy a new top hat, or I mean you can buy a new top hat, but they are not as good as the ones in the past, because they were using pretty bad chemicals back then. The hat making was pretty unhealthy for a hat maker, but it produced a better effect. So now if you want a very nice top hat, especially a better effect for top hats, because other hats it doesn't really matter that much, but top hats especially, if you want a good top hat, you just have to go vintage, go antique. But I think I would go with a Homburg, especially considering the fact that they are a bit more available. Homburg doesn't have to be old. Well, I mean, it can be used. I would prefer a used one, but it doesn't have to be like 100 years old or something. Or actually, no, 100 years old is not a lot, like 150. It doesn't have to be 150 years old. Okay, so that's this mark. And that's all? Yeah, that's all. So, what's next? This was somewhere in here. Hints on making, manipulation, garment being cut and fitted, strain down the side body slightly as shown on diagram 2. And diagram 2 is this one, so in the middle of side body. And double it over. Now turn now to the forepart and double it over when the line is marked CC. Where is CC? C and C in the middle in here. Shrink slightly bottom of the shoulder. And actually, what does double it over mean? Turn now to the forepart and double it over when the line is marked CC through center. Shrink slightly the bottom of the shoulder, so this is in here. No, this is shrink slightly the bottom. Shrink slightly the bottom of the shoulder and at the same time stretch the front of the sky. Bottom of the shoulder? Stretch the front of the sky. So stretch this part. But where is the bottom of the shoulder? Like, do they mean this point CC? This is only area that's supposed to be shrinked. This is supposed to be stretched. This, I think, is supposed to be stretched. This is supposed to be stretched. At the same time, stretch front of the sky and the neck point. Now sew up the cut in the waist and sew to the side body. Sew the to the side body to 4 part. Press open seam. Okay. So I just have to start preparing stuff. Those marks seem quite unstable. Maybe I should go through that with normal running stitch. I'm not sure. I don't care that much. It's probably not gonna pull out by itself. Test. Oh. I said that the microphone is working, and it died like 5 seconds later. Let's raise the volume a bit, like this. And put this in here. Okay, so I was going to do stuff according to these instructions, and this is not going to be useful. Yeah, close that. And let's put the phone over here. So I'm supposed to start from the 4 part. Where is the 4 part? This is the 4 part. And maybe I will start with the other one, with the first one. So yeah, this. I'm supposed to shrink a bit in here, stretch in here, and in here. I'm not sure if I will manage to do this. This is as far as it can go. Okay. I'm actually quite surprised that this is not visible. Maybe should go a bit upward. Okay, so I have water in here with a spray bottle, and I can start at least attempting to stretch and shrink. Yeah, double the forepart and double it over. Shrink slightly the bottom of the shoulder, at the same time stretch the front of the sky, and here. Okay, I have to stretch this part. This doesn't work very well. Do I have any extension cord? I'm not even sure how you're supposed to be stretching and, well, stretching. I guess it's easier. How you're supposed to be shrinking stuff. It does seem to go up a bit, but I don't think it's very stretched. You should use styler's ham. Yeah, that's something I wanted to make. You are supposed to. They are supposed to be made with I think sawdust. So I was actually collecting sawdust for that purpose, but I never come around to actually doing it. Next project. Maybe not even next project, maybe like in the middle project. Maybe I should do it like now. Well, not now, but during that project, during the making of the morning code. I think that pulling stuff with pins also works. I think it did work. Like, I mean, it's hard to tell if it's stretched or not stretched. Maybe I'm just not very good at tailoring. That's something that was always giving me trouble. Like all this stretching and shrinking, especially shrinking. Like I'm trying to do stuff, and it seems like there is no progress, nothing is changing. Did anything change? Or is the only difference the fact that I made it wet? Yeah, I literally see no difference. Maybe a bit, but it's hard to tell. Actually, it is kind of narrower. Just a little. Okay, this definitely did something. But wait, was I supposed to stretch it or shrink it? Time stretch front of the sky, neck point. Maybe I was supposed to... No, I think stretch it. Because it's marked with the same lines. Shrink slightly the bottom of shoulder and through the same and at the same time stretch front of the sky. So front is in here. Or maybe they mean this part? Front of the sky? Stretch front of the sky, neck point. Yeah, but you're definitely supposed to stretch this part. Maybe by front of the sky they mean like this entire area. Okay, I think it did something, maybe. Now let's try to do the same on this part. for tomorrow I will definitely have to get some extension cord. Maybe even make extension cord. I don't feel like going to any hardware store or anything, but I should have a couple of cables. From the ceiling. I don't think it would be easier. I think I will just make another outlet on the table, just in here. Eventually, I will probably make something from the ceiling, because I'm planning to make this camera mount from the ceiling, and the camera will need power. But I don't think right now is the time for that. I don't even have materials, have resources for this camera mount. I will need a couple of pipes, probably. I think it would be best done with pipes. And I don't know if I should just buy new pipes or look for some old ones. It would be nicer to have some old ones. I don't mean some antique ones or anything, just used, because, you know, environment and everything. But the problem with reusing stuff is that you have to have actually the stuff to reuse. And pipes like that is not something I have. Okay, that I think is enough. And also, I could take care of that. Projects, this is done, this is done. And I mean, I guess I am starting, but let's leave that as unmarked. So now the next step is to attach the front piece to the side body. And should I do it today? It's almost the time to end. Now sew up the cut and waist, and sew to the side body. Oh, right. One of the finest inlays is that right across the waist. This is allowed cutter to in better class traits. In case of customer demands longer waisted coat than was made for him. Yeah, I don't demand longer coat, so never mind. Now select the cut and waist. So the waist seam to the side body and so the side body to 4 part. Press open seams and pair the run of the waist seam. Okay. Not like that. So this is the 4 part. This is the back. This is also the back. And this is side body. So I'm supposed to attach side body to the 4 part. I do have marks in here, that's nice. Well, if I push it a bit, it does kind of match. I think this is good enough. Like, it's slightly off, but it's barely noticeable that it's off. And also, with the seam, things probably gonna shift around. So I think this is sufficient. So now I can attach this. Now so the cut in the waist and so to the side body to 4 part. I think there are too many twos. Press open seams and pair the run of waist seam. Base the skirt, keep on fullness well over hips. Let's take the sewing machine. It's quite heavy. It's like 13 kilograms, I think. And what thread should I use? I think this one again. This is a cotton thread, and usually I was using a silk thread just because in the dictionary they are defining machine silk instead of machine thread, so it was definitely made out of silk, but I don't think it provides any actual benefit. So cotton should be fine. I don't think it provides any actual benefit, and maybe even provides a detriment, because well, in the case of a morning coat it wouldn't matter, but in the case of shirts it does matter that that silk is not very resistant to any chemicals. So for example, you couldn't bleach a shirt like that, because all the seams are just disintegrating. And even without bleaching, I feel like the seams on my shirts are the weakest part. I think I will get rid of that, because this is the nicest spool. And this thread is almost finished. So yeah. This is the nicest spool because it has a hole at the end. So it's much nicer to put the thread on it. Camera filters. This can go back on. Actually, no. Let's keep that off. I don't need a recording of that. Okay. Maybe it's... Oh! This got detached. Couple more turns. Okay, I think that's enough. And also, another stuff to do. Do I have my... I don't have my set of... the bit set. The, you know, the drivers, so on. What? What happened in here? The thread just broke. Other way around. Yeah, I need to loosen that screw a bit. How is it possible that I don't have any screwdrivers in my workshop? I mean, I do have the Phillips head screwdriver, so that wouldn't work. And this goes in here, here, here. Oh, okay, it's 1829. I think I will just run through this seam, and that will be it for today. Everything will be ready for tomorrow. And tomorrow I will start some serious sewing. Turn it around. And I don't see anything. This thread is too similar. In color, I mean. Too similar to the fabric. You know, I don't particularly like modern machines, but the feature of having light in there is definitely nice. I should probably make some light for this, some attachment. Or maybe now, no, never mind. Or actually, so now that I'm not using the lamp as the camera holder anymore, maybe I could use it as a lamp and just shine on this area. I think it even has a light bulb. Magnetic one. And, as an attachment to this, yeah. I definitely wouldn't want to screw something on, so it would be either a magnetic one, because like magnets would work on this machine, or some kind of something that would wrap around it. Some kind of rubber band or something. So this is now attached. And I think it matches pretty well. Like in here, there is the seam, and they aren't completely aligned, those lines, but I think this is just the thickness of the line out of alignment. So from far away, I don't think it's visible at all. So it was a very happy accident, because I didn't plan that at all. And this is a 1/4 of an inch, right? Yeah, this is 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So I remember correctly that the width of that foot. And yeah, should I press it? Maybe I will press it before the end. And then I'm ending. Okay, I got it. And supposedly, first you are supposed to iron it shut, iron it closed. I don't know. They are. I think the justification of that is that they come together closer, maybe. And then I can press it open. Okay. So that's done, and that's it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna continue attaching everything together. What's the next step? The next step is, I think, to attach the skirt. Based on the skirt, keeping the fullness well over the hips, and before sewing too, well press the fullness down over the hips. Also with the same iron, work well back around of pleat over the seat, and put some narrow piece of linen through the pleat, narrow strips, and so on. And then I'm supposed to put already the canvas. So apparently tomorrow we are gonna be doing the canvas. Strip of canvas, the material now a piece of linen, French canvas, and so on. Okay, the facing. The facing lies clean on the forepart before sewing to and basting over, do this over the knee. Well molding it so as cling to the figure when it's finished. Okay, I guess that's a good replacement, the knee instead of a tailor's hand. And then the sleeves. And I think they don't actually mention attaching the back. I'm not sure when I'm supposed to attach the back. Narrow close to the shape pockets fully illustrated. In closing up shoulder seam, keep the back on trefoil, easy 3 inches shoulder point. Yeah, I'm not sure when I'm supposed to attach the back. I'll just figure it out, I will guess. But yeah, tomorrow apparently I'm gonna be doing something more sophisticated, something more complicated, the structuring of everything. And for today, that's it. And tomorrow I'm gonna start start new stream as always around 12:30 UTC. And see you then. Bye.